Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started our meeting this morning. Um, we've had a few changes with the agenda that was mailed out, and so it's just in this morning here we have a couple changes. But we're going to start off with Catherine's going to give us a update on the ABIS system with KBI. Morning, Catherine.
Oh, hello. Yes, much better. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am here to present an update on the KBI Automated Information System IT project, or ABIS for short. First, let me explain what this work is about. Aside from our IT security audits that we conduct, state does authorize our office to monitor ongoing IT projects. Our objective in this work is to identify early when a project is at risk of failure due to scope, schedule, cost, or quality. We have been monitoring the ABIS project since January 2020. This project will replace the state's current fingerprinting system, which is obsolete at this point. KBI has chosen to hire an independent verification and validation contractor for this $5.5 million project. This is something that the state only requires for projects exceeding 10 million, so KBI is kind of being proactive here. So as a result of the independent verification and validation team, we have scaled down our own monitoring project or processes. So what we typically do is we attend the quarter end interviews, sit in on all of those, and then we look over the weekly documents that come through. And then we also review and summarize the quarterly IBNR report. So that is kind of the extent to what we do. We do create a memo summarizing what we are learning, and you do have that memo in front of you. It should be kind of a 3-page memo. It's got a really colorful table on the second page, and I'll be talking from that document now. So that particular quarter that particular memo that you have in front of you covers the reporting period for the second calendar quarter for this year, along with some historical perspective from the previous quarters. So again, if you flip to page 2 of that memo, I do highlight the most important information shown in that figure there. So as you can see, the project scope and cost is satisfactory in the most recent quarter, shown in the very far right of the table, as well as the previous quarters, really. I will note that the project cost will slightly increase based on additional costs for the project manager and IBNB contracts due to the delays that this project will have. However, there are no material changes to the main contract cost. So KBI's financial staff expressed no concerns about the ability to absorb those additional costs so far. On the other hand, the project schedule is in unsatisfactory status in the most recent quarter. And as you can see in the table, the project also has continued to struggle in this area really since inception. And the project originally was supposed to be finished in January 2023. Several delays have taken place since then, pushing the completion target to October 23. Obviously, it is October now, and the project is not quite finished yet. So there is another rebaselining taking place with an anticipated go live right around maybe December or January. I think it's not quite finalized yet. And lastly, I want to talk about project quality. That is in caution status as well in the most recent quarter. So again, this is the second quarter of 2023. And as the table shows, the project quality has had high-risk rankings in previous quarters as well. This includes some concerns with the project manager authority and approach on both sides, KBI and contractor. Additionally, projects were noted with intergroup coordination, hardware implementation, and so forth. Lastly, the IBNB contractor gave high-risk rankings regarding the project's technical documentation. So on page 3 of the memo, you will find the contractor's complete summary of the second quarter report, and page 4 actually contains the recommendation for this quarter. And that concludes my presentation. I will stand for questions.
All right, committee, any questions for Catherine? Yeah. Representative Wassinger.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I missed this. Do they tell you why they are so far behind, and the specific reasons, and why is the quality is so bad? Is it the poor choice in purchasing, or what's?
Yeah, so I'll address the first part of your question. As far as the delays in the project, the main reason here really is resource unavailability. There's been significant constraints on the contractor for sure, a little bit on KBI as well, as far as having enough resources to get the project rolling. The contractor in previous memos, if you have a chance to look at previous memos, we have pointed out that the contractor has not put all the effort into this project. They were divided between different projects in other states as well. So Kansas was not the highest priority. And I would say colloquially was being shortchanged as far as attention. So that is probably the biggest reason for the delays. As for quality, as you can see in the table, there are certain ways that we identified quality being measured. So for example, the technical documentation is one of those items. Technical documentation has struggled mostly because the contractor has been kind of slow in turning things over. And then there's been rewrites after rewrites without kind of a final, okay, this is it, let's go. So that's one of the examples of quality. Quality is kind of an overarching term that we use for all of the items in that table, but you can see clearly there's other issues, communication and interpersonal relationships that have suffered in part because of the delays and frustration within the team.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So where do we think this is at currently? Do we think some of those issues have been resolved, and are we on a good path at this point? Or is that something you can speak to?
I can speak to having sat in on the interviews for the third quarter, and things are much more positive. I know KBI is in the room and they can probably tell you more, but I will say that there was a change in project managers within the contractor, and that made a huge difference in getting things going. So again, I'll let KBI handle the rest of this question.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that and look forward to hearing from KBI. I know that this is having an impact, far-reaching. So even when I am in discussions in Wyandotte County with the child care people trying to solve the child care issues, fingerprinting is a big issue with them because it's taking so long for them to get clearance for staff and whoever else that they need. So I know that this is a far-reaching problem. So I want to make sure that this project is prioritized and that we, work to resolve it. So thank you. But I look forward to hearing more from KBI.
Any other questions for Catherine? Yeah, Representative Turner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if it's, you said it originally was a January 23 and now it's October 23, but the cost appears green from a budget standpoint. How have we not gone into the danger zone on the cost side? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a good question. So what the contract entails is there's 18 deliverables. They get paid when the deliverable is received and verified. Because of the delays, there really have not been as many deliverables that came in. So as far as the cost is concerned, there haven't been a lot of costs booked towards the project yet because, again, this project is being paid as it is getting completed. Now, there will be some cost increases related to the IVNB and contractor elongation, but the main cost of the project will remain right around $5.5 million. So even though it is taking longer, the cost contract is a fixed cost. So that's why the cost is really not that big of an issue. And again, the increased costs from IVNB and so forth are fairly minimal and is possible being absorbed by KBI.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies for my tardiness here. And if you've gone over this, forgive me, but I'm curious on page 3 where it says lack of basic meeting protocols, and there's not a descriptor as far as a long history of meeting protocol missteps. What do we mean by missteps? Because it seems like, well, they are meeting and the meetings are organized, but what are the protocol missteps that we're referring to?
I'm trying to find the right bullet. Am I looking at one of the bullets here?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's the last bullet, page 3, lack of basic meeting protocols.
Sure.
And it looks like the second sentence in here.
Yeah. So basically what this is referring to is good meeting hygiene means you set out an agenda, you make sure that there's action items, people are ready and prepared to speak on their topic. And this project has kind of suffered from the project manager not being very organized in getting the regular artifacts out, making sure that folks can show up, be ready for the meeting when the meeting starts. So there's been meetings where there's a lot of regurgitating of old information and just kind of starting from scratch without really clear action item. And so that's all falling into the protocol terminology.
Katrin, I'm going to have Joe step up for a second, if you don't mind, and stay close though, because I think there's other questions. But Joe, if you could introduce yourself, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Joe Mandala, Chief Information Officer for the KBI.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So I think it was the last meeting, we talked about the project manager.
Yes, sir.
And being replaced. There's a lot of concern here. So where do you see things going with the new project manager? And then the increased cost, is that's not with ADEMA? Is it internal or is it with ADEMA?
So as to the first question, sort of generally, where do I see things going? So in the third quarter report, you'll see, and this report addresses through June. So in the third quarter report, you're going to see more of the effect of the replacement of that project manager. And I did have a quick conversation via email with the IVNV auditors. And their anticipation, the report isn't final. They're still constructing it for third quarter. Their anticipation is that you'll see significant improvement particularly in the quality areas that you've been asking about in this report due to that change. And in terms of cost, there are two main areas where there will be increased cost. It is in terms of the rest of the cost of the project minimal. For the IVNV contractor, we are having to have them do 2 additional reports that were not anticipated. It's in their contract to do those additional reports if we ask for them. So they are contracted to do additional reports. And then the KETO fees. So as a project is reported to KETO, we are required to pay fees to KETO for the project. So those will continue as long as the project is active. So those are the 2 areas where there is increased cost.
So because it's delayed, those fees are going to be paid longer than what?
Correct.
Okay. So I know you're saying what the analysis is going to be, I guess, with the next quarter. But what do you see as far as your ability to work with the new project manager? Do you see things looking better and more on schedule?
So yes. So the simple answer is yes, and a little more content there would be that what we see with the new project manager is a recognition of what the requirements in the contract are, and a willingness to assign and a transparency about what resources are assigned to complete those deliverables. Whereas previously what we had seen is sort of a hand-waving attitude about, yeah, we'll get it done. Yeah, we'll get it done, with no transparency about which resources were assigned. And part of the struggle that we've had and the reflection in those risk levels from the IVNV contractor has been our inability to have our technical staff work directly with the technical resources on the vendor side. That has been remediated. So now, for example, this past week and the week prior, and working through the technical documentation, we have had the opportunity to work directly with those technical resources at the vendor to get that work done, and that has improved things immensely.
Okay, great. Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I really appreciate the fact that you hired an IV&V on a project of this importance, even though it wasn't required. Seems like it's really paying off. Thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With my experience, I still don't understand how you guys are saying you're on target for cost, because we all know that you're not at this point. And the statement was made a minute ago that says the cost is going to be eaten by the KBI. Well, where's that money coming from? That's not accurate reporting for the legislature. And it's very difficult to, for us to do our job when we're not getting good information from you guys on this project and other projects.
So, in terms of that increased cost, so that there will be 2 additional quarterly reports done by the IV&V vendor. And the cost for those will be out of, when we built the budget for the project, there is always a percentage that you put in to cover unanticipated costs, and it will come out of that. And then the keto fees, the unanticipated keto fees, my anticipation is we will take that out of our budget, and something else will essentially not be covered due to that increased cost. Now, that I would point out is exceedingly minimal. Those costs are maybe 4 figures. We're talking about thousands of dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have concern over this. You said that you put a percent of an anticipated budget in. So that means you're padding your budget by what percent?
So it's not a padding. There are always unanticipated costs in a project for change orders. And when you build the project budget out, you build out those unanticipated change order costs. So those costs are part of the feasibility study. If you refer back to the feasibility study that was done for this project, those numbers are actually in the initial budget.
I may follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just concerned, and it's not just this project, but other projects, Mr. Chairman. I've literally been in the room with IT individuals where one department asked for data to show the legislature versus their actual budgets. And it kind of sounds like you guys are a little bit of gaming it here too. I would like to know what your percentage was increased for risk factors and what the actual cost of the project was. Mr. Chairman, I also looking at the dashboard, and I don't know if it's not updated or what the issue is. It still says that this project is in the green. The only thing in this project in the green is the cost, and I would dispute that that's in the green. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Catherine, would you like to? Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
So as for the dashboard, that is a keto question, really. I will say that keto's reporting is usually lagging quite a bit. So I don't know what quarter you're looking at, but I have found there are some things in keto that are not necessarily accurate. So we tend to ignore that part of this particular project because we have found issues with it before.
Any other questions? Either Joe or Catherine. Yep. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe, if you could tell me, I was trying to look to see when are we scheduled to be complete on this project?
So as Catherine mentioned, the schedule is currently under revision and will be finalized soon. Right now, that date is January 25th, 2024.
Okay, and then do you have the resources available, do you think, to meet that deadline? And is there any way to speed that up? I know we're causing a lot of problems out there.
I do not think that there is any way to speed that up. And to your comment earlier, I would welcome any conversation. I think we as an agency would welcome conversation about the timing, any delays that you're seeing in any of your constituencies with getting those background checks, those licensing checks done. please do reach out to us, and we would be happy to have those conversations. And then Senator Tyson, or any members of the committee, if you would like a detailed review of the budget, the contract, any parts of this project, please do reach out to us. We'd be happy to go over those things with you.
Yeah, if you could probably just send that to James, the budget, your percentage of increase that Senator Tyson was talking about, and he can send it out to us.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Joe, while you're there, and I don't want to blow on Amber's if there's not really a fire here, but I'm going to circle back to my question about the lack of basic meeting protocols. Walk us through what was the expectations for these meetings, and overall, out of everything, in my opinion, this should be something that is controlled for assurances. And so maybe not relive it, but what are we doing moving forward to meet these needs?
So as Katrin pointed out, those basic meeting protocols, having an agenda, making sure the right people are in the room, making sure people are prepared for meetings, making sure there are action items that they're followed up on, those things not being handled properly are one of the primary reasons that we required the vendor to replace their project manager. And once that was done, what we have seen going forward with a new project manager that's been assigned is those things are being met.
So just point of clarification, the project manager, and I know this has been covered, but is outside of your team. It's the vendor providing the project manager to lead this project, or is there someone internal that's assisting?
We also have a project manager. They work together on the project. Primary driver for the meetings for the vendor resources is the vendor's project manager.
Representative Wassinger.
Let's open another can of worms. Since we already had problems with the court system, the judiciary side with their data management problems. Now I own a company where we do closings, and we can't close any properties in most of the state because we can't check court records. So now you can't. What are people doing? What's the contingency fee on the fingerprints? So we can't look up whether they're felons, and we can't see if they've been charged with anything, or how is this affecting? How are you taking care of this? Because I know you have to be fingerprinted in order to get your CDL. So is that slowing that down as well?
So the system that we're building now is being built outside of the existing system, and then we will switch to the new system. Probably the most relevant piece to your question is that the existing technology out there at local agencies, sheriff's offices, police departments, where the actual fingerprinting takes place, will continue to operate on the life cycle at those local agencies until they are ready to replace them. And we're not going to, flip a switch and make them, all of those partner agencies, replace those devices all at once. That this includes our state partners for civil prints like the Board of Nursing and so on. Those will continue to operate for their current life cycle, and those partner agencies will then replace them and connect them to the new system under the new specifications when they connect a new replacement live scan.
Which brings up another question. So this means there's an additional cost to local people, counties, Board of Nursing and everything, to buy new equipment for this new system? Is that, or
I would not characterize it as additional cost. It will go into their normal purchasing replacement life cycle. They need to replace these live scans on a schedule already.
Okay.
When they come up for replacement, then they will connect them to the new system, same as they do their current ones. It will be a new specification set. There is a parallel process going on with this project for us to release a master contract at the state level, which will include those new specifications, all of the compliance requirements for the new security requirements, all of those things that will allow those partner agencies to then use state purchasing power. our goal is for them to meet compliance requirements more easily and to have lowered cost when they do hit those replacement cycles.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any other questions? I don't believe so. Joe, thank you for being here, and Katrin, thank you for being here also. All right, committee, is Marissa here? Oh, okay. Yeah. We are going to go into this next couple of presenters. So Marissa's going to come up and speak, and then Jeff's going to come up and Jeff Maxim's going to come up and speak, and then my understanding, Marissa, if you want to go ahead and come up, you were wanting us to go into executive session to answer questions. Okay, so we're going. She's going to speak, and then Jeff's going to speak, and then we're going to go into executive session for questions on this particular issue. So, Marissa, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Excuse me, Chairman Hoffman and members of the Joint Committee.
You can hold just a second. They pass out our. Thank you. Okay, I think you can go.
Chairman Hoffman and members of the Joint Committee, my name is Marisa Bayless, and I'm the Special Counsel to Chief Justice Marla Luker. The Chief Justice and, of course, Kelly O'Brien send their regards and apologies for not being able to be here in person today. They are both across the street. Kelly, of course, working with our IT department, and I'm pretty sure the Chief has been in back-to-back meetings since Thursday and working over the weekend. So I'm here today. My predecessor was Sean Jurgensen, and so I took the special counsel role on Monday. So it's been quite a first half week of work, but happy to be here. So just a little background. On Thursday, October 12th, the judicial branch began experiencing some connectivity issues. We quickly learned there had been a security incident. Due to that incident and to protect all the rest of our systems that operate within the judicial branch, this includes the case management system at both the district and the appellate level, our e-filing system, the Kansas District Court Public Access Portal, appellate case inquiry system, the Central Payment Center, and other online systems were shut down and currently remain inaccessible right now. The Supreme Court issued Admin Order 74 on Monday, October 16th, which was a continuation of Admin Order 73 that was issued on the 12th. So this order confirms that the clerk offices in the appellate and all district courts, except the court in Johnson County, remain unable to receive electronic case filings at this time. But the courts are open and we are operational, but clerks cannot receive those electronic filings or electronic payments. So we have moved to a paper system. So all filings must be on paper or by fax. Paper filings can be hand delivered or sent by mail. The order also allows a party to seek relief from the court if their filing is going to be untimely during this time. As everyone is adjusting to a paper world, we do have attorneys and even some judges who have not operated in a time where we just filed by paper. The Office of Judicial Administration has pages on its website to help assist attorneys and the public. These pages have frequently asked questions. We are updating these pages daily as questions come in based on what we have received and trying to get instructions for those parties needing to interact with the courts at this time. So we have had our security experts and IT have been in the building since Thursday, working to find the reason for and the extent of the interruption. So their job right now is still to determine what happened, how it happened, and how far it's reached. So we are in the examination phase. On behalf of the Chief Justice, though, I do want to thank Jeff Maxon and our partners at OITS. They've been extremely helpful in advice and giving us resources, as well as our other executive branch and legislative branch partners that we interact with on a daily basis. They've really been helpful to try to shift to what we're doing since we interact with quite a different executive branch agencies at the court every single day. So we do really appreciate their patience with us as we shift to this system right now. We are in regular communication with our judges and employees. We've had regular virtual meetings. We'll continue to do that with chief judges, clerk administrators, chief clerks, our CSOs, to provide them updates and to answer questions as best we can to assist them in their day-to-day functions. We've also been communicating with our justice partners like law enforcement, district attorney's offices, county attorney offices, and others who regularly have to access our system. I just want to say that our employees at OJR IT and the consulting experts have been working some significant hours, day and night, since Thursday, working hard to respond to this and to return the branch to normal operations, but most importantly, return in a safe virtual environment. So they have really been pulling some long hours, and we're hoping that we can resolve this as quickly as possible, but to ensure that when we come back online, that we are in a safe environment as we possibly can. As I mentioned, the majority of OJA has shifted to respond to this. So every clerk specialist, CSO specialist, any trial court services specialist, they're responding to say to our employees at the district court level, how do we, if there's a pain point, if people are noticing that they can't do this or they can't do that, the OJA takes the lead on trying to figure that out, of contacting Division of Vehicles or whoever we're interacting with, and then dispersing that information to all 105 counties so everyone is on the same page, so that we're all going to do the same process as possible. That is the extent of my testimony, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Marissa. I do have one question though, and I'm pretty sure that this won't be a problem. As far as we were all electronic in our
Correct.
in our filings, so those filings that were done that were electronic, and those court cases are continuing, how are they being dealt with?
So
No paper.
Right. So unless a judge decided to print off every document, he or she is not going to have access to those. So what we have communicated to attorneys is to please work with us, provide your judge with what you think they need, that be the pleading, your most recent motion, so we can have those paper files, and to do that as well with your opposing counsel. And to provide them with a courtesy copy. That is kind of what we're doing right now as cases come up, so we can still try to keep cases moving. It's not going to be as efficient. It's just not, but we're going to try our best to keep it moving.
All right. Okay. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said that you're new to this position as of Monday, but it doesn't sound like you're new to.
So I was the deputy special counsel. So I was working under Sean.
For how long?
2 years.
2 years. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pittman.
Mr. Chair, I know we're going to go into a special session, but there are certain questions. If we can't answer them, it's fine. 2 questions though. Did we just had in the Security Council committee, Joint Security Committee, briefing on, was it continuing of operations planning, co-ops, and those kinds of things? Was there a plan in place to help with producing this paper plan? Was there a contingency plan in place?
We have continuity operations in place. I'm not for sure exactly what that looks like off the top of my head, but we have a continuity of operations, and I don't know the exact details of that.
The second one is just one I think the public does deserve to know as soon as possible. This might be that the operations were shut down and that's all that happened, but the public, and we need to know publicly, I would hope today, but maybe not. Was there any personal information leaked out of the justice system?
Our investigation and examination of all of our systems is still ongoing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just say that Senator Peterson and I met with Chief Justice yesterday, and they're trying to. Everything's changing so fast and different that they really don't want to talk too much about all that yet until they've had a chance to really look at all the everything that's been touched. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. However, you could be in violation of statute 50-7A02, because if there is even the appearance of a breach of data, individuals that are in harm's way need to be notified as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Marissa?
I don't dispute that that's what the law says.
All right. So I guess you can take that back to the courts.
Of course.
All right. Any other questions that public? Okay. All right. Thank you. And we will have Jeff come up and then we'll go into executive session. Jeff, thanks for being here.
Yep. Good morning, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff Maxon. I'm the Executive Branch Chief Information Technology Officer and the Chief Information Security Officer for Executive Branch. So per the recent change in statute, this last session, the mandatory reporting. So we did receive a phone call from the Judicial Branch CTO at 2:00 on Thursday reporting the incident. So again, that statute took effect in July and they followed the proper process to notify us of an ongoing incident. At that time, we began regular communication. We actually embedded one of our information security officers with Judicial to assist them and act as a liaison between the two branches and our resources as well. So we have provided a handful of resources to assist them through this incident at all levels: security, network, end user services, which are desktop support, things like that, as well as liaisoning in any way they need us to with federal partners, things like that. So again, they did follow proper procedure to notify us. We have stepped in to provide as many resources we can, communicate. A lot of the big things was helping them through the procurement process, through working through the procurement office and getting some of the emergency contracts in place so they could get their experts on site in a relatively very quick fashion. So I can't speak to some of the things that they're working with their experts specifically on, but again, they did take proper steps to get us involved through the required notification process, and then we followed our process to reach out and engage them as well. So we are supporting them in every way we possibly can from the executive branch side to make sure that we can help them recover and get into a operating function.
Okay. And Jeff, in talking, and you may cover this later, but it sounds like that you have just about hired all of the 9
new FTE positions that were allocated this last legislative session. Yes, we're at 7 of 9.
7 of 9 you've hired, so you've got the resources.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah. Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and excuse me, a little ignorant on this, but could you tell me, is there any type of a liaison, or does this affect anything with the courts on the federal side? Is there typically information that goes back and forth? If you could speak to that.
I would have to defer that one to the judiciary, OJA, in terms of their partnership with the feds from the federal court system side.
Marissa?
So the federal system, for a case management perspective, they don't operate on our state case management system. We do communicate with them, and so at some level, if a case gets moved to federal court, things like that, there is communication, and that will be addressed once that happens, honestly.
But you do communicate with them?
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
So how is that not affected if you're in communication?
I mean, we are in communication with the federal side too. But our technical systems are not the same.
But the systems don't connect?
No.
Senator Peterson, or Pittman.
Thank you. Mr. Maxim, thank you for being here. Thank you for the response. I always think you do a great job. Do you, just to be clear for the public, you are not in control of the judiciary security operations, right? They are independent of the chief security officer.
Correct. That's correct. We're independent, 2 different branches of government.
Correct. You've never reviewed their security operations before, is that right?
I have no legal authority to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, yeah. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious, and I try to keep up with this, but why is Johnson County not included in this?
I will have to defer to OJA on that one.
Okay. I know.
So the rollout of our case management system went in phases, and Johnson County is the last court, and they are scheduled to still go live in 2024. But Johnson County has traditionally always operated on their own system separate from the rest of the state. But they are not on our case management system. So some functions may be, so their case management, they can still accept electronic filings and electronic payments through that.
Thank you for that. And then one more question, Jeff. So I'm going with the assumption that Johnson County has a cybersecurity plan in place. Out of the 105 counties in the state, what % would you give that they have a cybersecurity plan or someone focusing on this?
Yep. It's a good question, sir. I do know there's only about 30% that actually just have IT staff in terms of the 105 counties. So it's probably a very slim group. That is one of the initiatives we're taking on, is to do better collaboration with them and help them get them into that place. But that is a fairly new effort on our side.
But there's nothing mandating that they have to have a cybersecurity plan.
Sir.
Out of the 105 counties, nothing. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Say, you mentioned helping them contract to bring in the experts. I would think,
Sir.
This is probably the software vendors, the first to be on site to help. We've got on staff security people. What do we need to supplement? I'm just curious. Thanks.
Yep. So the big thing in any type of security incident is the forensics and response initially of responding to whatever and how fast it occurs. So that kind of dictates what type of contract you're looking for. So in circumstances, in most cases with an incident, it's bringing a third-party forensics firm in, because that is typically the most challenging and longest effort. So about the question earlier about how quickly do you know? We don't know what data necessarily for, further down in the process it might have been touched, because you're just trying to figure out what's going on. So forensics are the big ones. If you do need to do some recovery services or data specialists to recover data in a specific fashion, those kind of come on a little bit down the road as you start identifying the impacts of the incident. So those are the primary ones. And then any sort of other necessities you may need, for example, outside counsel, things like that may help you through the incident.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Representative Curtis. Any other questions before we go to executive session? Okay. So before we go into executive session, we would like for Jeff to stay, and Marissa. Is there anybody else and Amy Decker? Yes. Okay. Yeah, Amy Decker. So how long? Committee, do you think 15 minutes is long enough, or would you like to go 30 minutes? Okay, let's start with 30 minutes. Yeah, so let's go 11:15. Yeah, let's go. Okay, let's go 11:05. That's 11:05. 11:05.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters related to security measures with appropriate personnel pursuant to KSA 75-4319B12C. Because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, the committee resumed the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 11:05, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's minutes.
Second by Representative Walsinger. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are in executive session. All right. Did you? Okay, we're gonna go back in executive session. Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to security measures with the appropriate personnel pursuant to KSA 754319B12C. Because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, the committee resumed the open meeting at 582 North of the State House at 11:25 and record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records. Aye.
election pilot program to November because they do need the full hour, and we were trying to get this incident with the courts into our existing agenda, but we just went longer than we thought. So sorry about that, but we'll look forward to it in November. All right. All right. So Jeff, if you would like to come back up and Jeff, did you have a hand out or was it? Is it? Oh, okay.
All right. Good morning again. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Jeff Maxon. I'm the Chief Information Technology Officer for Executive Branch, no longer interim. Also still holding the Chief Information Security Officer role as well. So today I'll just give you a quick brief update on some of our financials and some of the things that have occurred this past year. And looking out in the future rates and things like that for this upcoming next 2 fiscal years. So again, a little bit of the agenda. One of the things I do want to highlight, though, is just last month we held our 2nd annual Cybersecurity Summit for public executives, or for public sector. Sorry, I had 2 summits. One was for executives, one was for public sector, and that was down in Wichita in September, and we had over 160 people at that event. So it was a great event. We had a professional hacker there, kind of explaining how they think, go through things, as well as listening to some topics on generative AI, some continuity of government stuff as well. So again, it was a great event. We had a lot of turnout again, and we'll continue doing. This year we did partner with an organization called Government Technology Magazine, and they put this on. So it's a lot more formally structured than when we put it on as a project. So again, a lot of great conversation. Excuse me, a lot of great conversation at that event as well. So. All right. So a little bit back about OITS funding. We are primarily a fee-for-service agency, so most of our funds are through charging other agencies for services. And so that is primarily where almost all of our budget comes from, minus some additional new SGF expenditures. So as of July 1st, we get approximately $10 million in SGF funding. One is a bucket for cybersecurity, and another is a bucket for rehab and repair of infrastructure as well. So again, most of our services are technology services, professional services, and cybersecurity services. So when we present our budget, usually most of what we present is what's considered off-budget funding for the organization because it is coming from other agencies' budgets that are being spent as a fee to us. So again, some of the other services we provide include Office 365 or statewide email system. We have a service desk that is an enterprise service desk to support all agencies. And then we also have server administration, some website hosting as well, and then provide the network support for the enterprise network, which is known as CanWin. And then as well as cybersecurity services for executive branch agencies. So by the numbers, OITS supports approximately 16,000 data jacks across the state, as well as 13,000, 14,000 phone devices across the state network as well. And then we have about 250 routers, which is a communication nexus that we have out in the counties in various places. So we got 250 of those. We got some in each county across the state. And then approximately 19,000 O365 licenses. These are just some of the things we do as part of our service. All right. As mentioned, most all of our rates are charged to agencies for the services we provide. This next fiscal year this current fiscal year from fiscal year 23 to 24, we had 3 slight rate increases. And those were in the mainframe, Office 365, and Keto project management fee. So the Office 365 is directly related to an increase to us by Microsoft on the cost of the product. That is not something we're adding. And then there's just a slight cost of the mainframe increase. I think it's like a tenth of a cent. I think we went from 0.17 to 0.175 in that case. And those rates will be consistent through fiscal year 25 as well. And those are set. So the way we communicate those rate changes to the agency is through a variety of mechanisms. We obviously publish that in the budget book that goes out to all agencies. We also collaborate with the agency CIOs and let them know of pending changes, as well as to the non-cabinets. We'll present those changes to them in a quarterly non-cabinet meeting that we have with non-cabinet leadership. That is a regular meeting that is put on by Department of Administration, where we have regular presentation time in that meeting as well. So, and again, most of our major increases in cost and prices back to the agency are usually prices that have been passed down to us. So we're just reflecting some of those changes. That is not an increase. We have to maintain kind of a balanced budget because we do, the model is built so we can collect what there are considered federal funds for some of these services. We have to be very specific for that. And that's why the chargeback model was initially created. So just a little background as well on rates. Around 2021, we redid the rate structure, 2020, 2021. Prior to that, we had over 100 rates that were published out to agencies. We are now down to 19 rates. So we tried to simplify this for the agencies so it can be definitely more transparent in what we're collecting for as well, and not appearing as nickel and diming agencies with 65 different rates they're having to charge. All right, so to the point, we can share an entire rate sheet in just one sheet with the agencies and not have them have to go through essentially a book to understand what they're looking at. So again, that's a testament to our financial people that have really looked at that and dug deep into it. So I want to give kudos to Brian Ryder, who is our director of finance, and his team in getting that done over the past couple of years. So as we look at spend by the agency and by service programs that we see as part of our budget, this is just a general breakdown of where most of the money of our budget goes to into the certain categories and areas we provide. So obviously data center as a service is a big one. Most of that is a kind of a pass-through cost with our vendor for hosting our data center, as well as managing the servers and things like that as well. And again, that is a charge that is essentially back straight to the agencies, but it falls under our budget because we are the authority agency on that, as we hold the contract for that. And again, as we see Office 365, that is a consumption based. That is essentially the cost of licensing that comes back to us. But this is a rough breakdown of how our budget shakes out in terms of services we provide. And then there's the additional approximate $10 million that comes in SGF funding for the cybersecurity and the rehab and repair. All right. So our SGF funding for cybersecurity operations, I just want to give a little background on that. We were allocated 9 new FTEs in the past legislative session. We have 7 of those positions already filled. One of them we're looking to fill for an identity and access manager position, as we are rolling out an IAM solution, or an identity and access management, which is mandatory multi-factor authentication for all users and single sign-on capabilities. So again, the elimination of multiple usernames and passwords, it increases productivity, increases our security all in one swoop. So we're working on finalizing an RFP and awarding a vendor for that, and we'll start rolling that out. That is also one of the expenditures we'll have ongoing as part of that SGF fund. So that is being provided to agencies without having to charge them. So the mindset is provide a consistent level of cybersecurity services across all executive branch without having to charge folks for cybersecurity. So it's not the agencies with money that have it, it's how we can provide it as a base foundation. And then we are still determining what to do with that 9th position. In terms of, do we add it to our security operations center, or do we add a security engineer to help us roll out more of these tools? So we're still trying to completely figure out what will be best for that position as we move forward. We have embedded information security officers into most all of the cabinet agencies, and we now have 2 supporting the non-cabinet agencies. So that was a big push as well, again, agencies need that resource, and it's not the ones that can pay for it that get it. So we have already embedded those. And as mentioned earlier, we have a resource that we can lend out to agencies in time of need as well, has come up and help advise and consult during events. So multiple cybersecurity tools we started providing out to agencies are in the process of. The big one we're rolling out right now is an endpoint detection response to all endpoints within executive branch. So that's about 20,000 endpoints that we're rolling out an endpoint detection response tool. This is giving the security office visibility into all these workstations that are out there, and we can identify anomalies and we can respond immediately. We can quarantine the device to make sure it doesn't spread out. We work with the agencies to give them access as well so they can be monitoring their environment, and we're kind of that overwatching entity just to make sure things are getting addressed. We're looking at an enterprise patching solution that we can roll out to agencies that is also kind of an agent-based patching solution. So even if they're on the network or not, we can still reach them, we can still patch them, and we still make sure the systems are up to date. That is our next tool that we'll be rolling out as part of this SGF. And then, as I mentioned, the identity and access management solution, we're working on finalizing that RFP. And then the fourth tool we're rolling out is something called a governance risk compliance tool. This is something where we can, a computer system where we can actually start collecting risks across the enterprise, share them with agencies so they know what they have in kind of their risk portfolio. We can assign tasks to make sure they're closing them or addressing them. But then we have overall visibility. Right now, most folks are doing this in Excel. Not easy to track, not easy to keep progress tracked, things like that, without having to assign like a project manager who's consistently going through that. So those are just some of the enhancements we're doing with that SGF funding that was allocated to us this past year. All right, data center as a service. Bringing this back up because we just recently released the RFP for version 2.0 of this, or the next iteration of data center as a service. So the full solution was completed in 2021 with migrating all cabinet agencies into this data center as a service. That was over 1,300 servers that we migrated into this service. The data center for this is primarily in Overland Park, and the backup is in Minnesota. So we do have redundancy and separation as well. We signed a recent extension, so this contract goes through 2025, but to ensure we have transition from that old contract to the new vendor, we had to release the RFP now. So that has hit the street. We're looking to close on that relatively quickly so we can start a transition process to a new vendor as that's awarded. So like I said, we have till October 2025 to transition off. So having lessons learned from the first one, that should help us move a lot quicker than we did the first time. We know what to look for in terms of issues, things like that. So we're ready to roll on that and get going once we've awarded that project. So, and with that, I'll stand for questions. I know that was kind of fast and furious.
That's all right. Yeah, I hope the next transition doesn't take, what was it, 6 years?
Yes.
I don't remember how many years it was for sure. Senator Peterson.
Will that IAM solution be available to the legislature?
It is currently not slated to, but that is definitely something we could explore if they're willing to work with us in that effort.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I've got two questions. First one is, these are great services to be offering out to the different agencies and the municipalities. Do you have a plan on how to, you only got 9 positions, you only got so much bandwidth. How do you parse out, somebody could take advantage of it and say, I want somebody here full time.
Yep.
Or I just do it for incident response, which both are not ideal.
Yeah. So the 9 new positions, we already had some existing, so this was adding. So our full staff is 26 positions right now. And so we kind of look at agency size and number of systems and how to allocate. So some do have a full-time information security officer. Some of the smaller agencies that are kind of similar function, we share a resource in that. And the goal is to build a consistent program, though, across all agencies. So it's not having to repeat or create whole new steps for a different agency just because they want to be different. It's build a consistent program across the board. So really kind of the cookie cutter to get a consistent program that is easily tracked and measurable.
Yeah, hopefully we, as you engage with the different agencies, there are requirements to have certain protocols put in place, processes, frameworks, all that type of stuff. Second question is kind of curveball. Don't know if you know anything about it. Over in the KDHE, the Department of Children and Family, they had a system just recently shut off this week. I had a constituent come to me. It's a system that they use every day.
Yes.
And it's a system that's out of date, call it 20 years old. I don't know how old it is. And it's a system maintained by someone out there who wants to be paid and they weren't paid on time or whatever. There's a certain circumstance.
Yes.
Why this? We can't. Maybe you don't know about that specific thing, but the fact that we had that happen and it shut down a significant process, not a security breach, just a
Yes.
contract, makes me wonder how many other systems are single sourced. Should have been out. This thing should have been out for contract. It should have had redundancy, and there should have been protocols in place before this happened. This makes me really, really nervous about how many other systems are sitting around out there that are single sourced.
Yep.
Maybe somebody in a basement who is a specialist in that system decides not to work on it, and then all of a sudden 6,000.
Yes. Yeah, I am aware of that situation. That is something that has been brought to my attention. I actually have a specific task coming from the governor's office to go out and find those systems in the rest of the environment to make sure it doesn't happen again. So
that's just encouraging. That makes me feel a lot better.
So we are aware, and we're going to make sure we're out in front of that so it doesn't happen again.
I'm talking, we should need to do an inventory of all these types of systems if we can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jeff, on the 10 million that we gave for network telecom, those were for replacement of some switches and different things. Is that process started or?
Yeah, so we've actually, that's 4.25 and rehab and repair. I lumped in the SGF into one. 5.75 is cybersecurity. Yeah, most all of that switching and routing has been replaced in all of the buildings here on campus and our remote facilities as well, and then those that we have out in the county as well. So all that work is actually, we've wrapped up both those projects. That R&R fund, I believe, came in 2021 or 2020. 21 is when that funding came in, and that's where we moved fast and furious to make sure we could get everything updated and brought up to speed. We're in the next iteration of identifying equipment that is nearing its end of life to make sure we're actually in front of replacing it, not on the backside of it going end of life to replace it.
Okay, great. On the data center, excuse me, and you may not know for sure, but do you have a little bit of an idea what that timeline should be as far as if you decide to go with a different vendor than Unisys?
Yep.
What would the timeline be to move everything over?
Our contract with Unisys ends October 2025, so we're hoping to be completely done and out of that contract by that end date, so we don't go into a position where we're in a bad position from a negotiation perspective.
Okay. All right. And then my last question is on the master licensing, the master agreement for licensures.
Yes, sir.
Where are you at on that?
So we are coming the nearing stages. We have a contract with a vendor called Excella that provides a lot of government services. We are nearing to the place, I think they're getting to the testing phase with our first agency, which is the Real Estate Commission. And once we have validated that process worked with that non-cabinet agency, we'll start moving on to the next one as well. They've done some demos with some agencies that weren't in the initial kind of say batch to go into it, and they're looking to now move on to it, and some of them are trying to move faster than others as well. So it is moving full steam ahead.
Great. Okay. So where do you think that's going to be in the end? Do you think you're going to have almost all of those licensures?
I believe we will have most of, specifically the smaller ones. Now, some of the bigger ones that are more structured, like nursing and pharmacy, things like that, those we'll probably not get to. They will probably look at when their contracts expire to come on to ours. So
okay, but they would be able to come over.
They would be able to. It will be an option to them moving forward. It's just it's up to their director and stuff.
All right. And are you seeing the savings to those agencies like what was anticipated?
I assume we will, obviously, to get them to where some are actually using a system and not using Access databases or Excel documents. They'll actually have a structured system. So definitely enhanced efficiencies. To some it might be a savings. To those that were doing the Access and Excel, there will be a new cost to them as well. But hopefully it's at a lower volume because we have a bigger contractual volume.
All right, great. Any other questions for Jeff on it? All right. I don't believe so. And congratulations on your Have you been confirmed yet, or do you have?
It is not a Senate confirmed position. It is just a
So-
direct appointment.
So you're there then.
Yes, sir.
Well, appreciate you. And I would just say I would make sure that I send um, former Secretary Burns Wallace a Christmas card for you not having to go through the 100 and some, and she got those pared down before she left. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Look at there. We are right on time. How did that happen? All right. I don't shh. don't say that. That's right. All right. So we are going to break for lunch. We'll return here at 1:30. And so with that, we are on recess till 1:30. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, so committee, we are going to now have a presentation by the Fusion Center, and we have an hour marked off for this. So we'll have my vice chairman make the motion to go into executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the open meeting of the Joint Information on Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to security measures with the appropriate state security personnel. Pursuant to KSA 754319B12C, because of the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 2:35, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's, if adopted, record this as part of the committee's permanent record.
Second by Representative Wassinger. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, we are now in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the open meeting of the committee, Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-43-19A to discuss matters related to security measures with the appropriate state security personnel pursuant to KSA 75-43-19B12C because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 North of the State House at 2:45, and a record of this motion, if adopted, be part of the permanent record.
Yeah,
Motion's been amended to 2:50.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Welcome back to committee. We next have Brian Caskey. He's here. He's going to talk to us about election information technology security, the Office of Secretary of State. I think there's a handout. Yeah, there's a handout here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have prepared remarks that should be in front of you. Again, my name is Brian Caskey. I'm the Director of Elections for the state of Kansas, and I work for Secretary of State Scott Schwab. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I've been asked to talk about election security as it relates to information technology, digital voting equipment, and storage of voting information / ballots. So my remarks will touch briefly on each of these. I was going to talk about the designation of election administration as critical infrastructure, but in the interest of time, I will just leave that in my written remarks. I would be happy to answer questions about that. So I'm going to dive right into information technology. This term encompasses a range of software, hardware, and processes. So I'm going to focus on the following: the security of our voter registration system, the security of our vote tabulation software, and the security of our county election networks. While I will not be sharing the specifics of any of our security systems, I will note the following. As it relates to the security of our voter registration system, the statewide voter registration system has been in existence since 2006. Prior to 2006, each county was responsible for their own voter registration database. The Help America Vote Act of 2002 required that each state create a system. Our system was first installed in 2006 and has been in continuous use since then. The vendor of the system is nationally recognized in the election industry as both from a functionality standpoint and from a security standpoint. In addition to that, outside of our vendor, the Secretary of State has partnered with a nationwide expert in security and cybersecurity protection to provide another level of security outside of the vendor. We use this vendor to provide cybersecurity protection and incident response to each of the 105 counties who must access that system. So that is the basic setup. The state runs it, the state dictates it, and the state works with each of the counties to secure the access to the system. Next, on the security of vote tabulation software. In 2005, the county election officers adopted a statewide policy that prohibited any piece of voting equipment that marks the ballot, counts the ballot, or programs voting equipment from accessing the internet. That has been the policy in this state since 2005. In 2021, the Secretary of State's office proposed and the legislature adopted a law making this policy a mandatory requirement. Each county has a computer that sits in their office that tabulates election results. This computer must be a standalone computer with no other software on that computer. No internet, no email, nothing else other than the operating software and the software that tabulates results. In addition to that, the Secretary of State is promulgating security regulations this fall that will add additional security measures to that computer. Despite there being a policy prohibiting the access to the internet, we are mandating that any network adapter or any internal communication device be disabled automatically or removed. We are requiring that every person who accesses that computer must have a unique login credential. The computer must be in a secured room with controlled and monitored access, and a log must be completed to log every single keystroke on that computer. So those are additional security requirements we will be putting on that computer that tabulates election results. And then third, the security of county election networks. Each county is responsible for the security of their networks. As a reminder, Kansas is a bottom-up state. Counties run elections, not the state. The Secretary of State's office has limited legal authority, and in addition, counties fund elections in the state, not the state, so the counties are ultimately responsible. However, as I mentioned earlier, we have partnered with a nationwide leading security company, and we have provided resources to enhance the security of their networks. Separate from that, each county has the ability to work with the Department of Homeland Security and other entities to increase their security posture. Since election administration is critical infrastructure, there are resources that are available for free from DHS at county request to review their systems, to provide um, technical assistance and review of their systems. This is optional. This is not mandatory, and the county must request it, not the other way around. So that's briefly what I want to talk about along with information technology. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to go through each of the three topics or answer questions as you go along, however you wish to do that.
Are there any questions so far? Representative Turner.
Thank you. Say, I'm just wondering, I used to think that we legislative types passed laws and then that's the way it was. So for a couple of years ago, we passed something about ballot harvesting. You could only take in 10 or fewer, but then I was told that when someone asked the director of the election office, so you don't let people bring more than 10 ballots, he said, well, enforcing election law is not my job. So he said, if somebody brings 30 of them to the counter, we'll take them. So I'm wondering on some of this other stuff where it says, you have to keep this computer and it can't have any other software on it and blah, blah, blah. What's the penalty? Who enforces that?
So the Secretary of State's office is not a law enforcement agency, nor do we investigate their 105 counties. We are not resourced to do that. I have a staff of 5 full-time people. There's 105 counties. We do not do site visits. We tell them what to do. It's a law, and we expect them to do that. In my tenure in this office, which dates back to 1998, I'm not aware of any county that didn't follow this dating back to 2005. And I would know. Like, I talk to these counties every day. We do not visit them, but when I am in their offices, I see the computer. I know it's there. We talk about security literally almost every single week. So you're right. I do not physically verify that. We do not have the authority to verify that, but I know that it is done.
Nor do we know who else has access to that office. I'm just saying it just becomes a big question mark of enforcement and really feeling good that, like you say, we have laws and by God, these people follow them first. The reality is, I don't know that we really know that's happening.
I do, but I'm not a law enforcement agency. So we do not do enforcement. We do administration.
So I have a question because this came up. A constituent was asking me that, okay, the computers are not online, the voting machine's not online, but the USB stick that is used to propagate the ballot had to been downloaded. That ballot was downloaded at one time. Am I right?
No. So the computer that has the software on it, you plug the USB stick into that computer, you take it out, and you transmit it manually from the central office to the polling place. And then that goes into the voting machines at the polling place. That at no point in time does that ever touch the internet. It's all a manual process. Plug it in, take it out, take it manually.
So the counties create their own ballots?
Some counties do. Some counties have the vendor program their sticks, and those are mailed. The U.S. mail service or some other vendor that transmit those from where they're programmed to the office using the mail service or a private courier. They are not transmitted over the internet.
Right, but are those sticks verified that the vendor has put in information and not put in more information?
Yes, the local election office does that when they receive those.
How do they verify that there's not something in it?
They plug them in and they look. You look at what's on there. These are not IT people, but they absolutely are verified. In addition, every machine is tested prior to election day. There's a public test 5 days out. But in addition to that, every single county tests every single machine prior to it being used to ensure that the votes are being tabulated the way they are programmed to be. That's how I know, is they are tested in every single county, every single machine.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brian, for being here.
Absolutely, Senator.
I appreciate your work and everything you do.
Thank you.
But I wouldn't guarantee that those laws have not been broken. We have evidence of people still ballot harvesting. And because we have drop boxes, you can never eliminate ballot harvesting because of that. Because one individual can drop as many ballots as they want. And again, that is legislation that we had passed on the Senate side, but yeah, we lost it in conference committee. I just wanted to bring that up. But also, Brian, we all know that there are coding errors and other misnomers that do happen. And we saw a couple of those in 2022 where those the machines were not coded properly in order to count the ballots properly. So you can say that all of them are being tested, and we can hope that that's happening. But I know for a fact that some of their testing parameters are not a good way to test those voting machines. In fact, they were giving the candidates the same number of ballots. So there is no way to know that those candidates were inverted. So we do have issues. Any system can be improved, but we are not a perfect system by any means. And from the meeting that we just had prior to this, we definitely know that there are vulnerabilities that need to be addressed in the state of Kansas. So thank you.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What frightens me is something I hear on a regular basis from all different groups. We're not a law enforcement group. We don't enforce these. And then the county say, well, we're not law enforcement. I'm just the election official. So when we pass these laws and we make these decisions, should we be putting in exactly who's enforcing them? Are you instructing that the sheriff come in and double check? Are you ensuring that someone from the state highway department's coming in to check? I mean, it's a little frightening because you get both sides saying, well, we're not law enforcement. And so then who is? And I know you're taking their word, and I get that. And I'm not saying this about my county clerk. I think she's doing a great job. Not saying that. I'm just saying if we don't have any teeth on any law, how are we going to get this and have a chance to say, this is as clean as we can make it? So I don't know whether that's a discussion that needs to be with the Secretary of State as well as perhaps leadership in the Capitol. But when we and this is probably more of a statement, that frightens me, that we put out these laws and go, well, we think they're being watched. And we can pass as many pieces of legislation that we want to, but unless there's any teeth behind it, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, I knew if I did something wrong, the hammer was coming down and I knew exactly where it was coming from. And if I speed over, 10 miles over the speed limit and I get a ticket, I know exactly who's going to get me. And if I don't pay that, I'm going to get arrested. But so this is a little frightening. That answer to me is a little flippant, and I don't mean that in a bad sense too, but I think it's important that we give you teeth. And when you see a problem like this, you should say, we aren't law enforcement. We need a way to enforce this other than by verbal, we're checking it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, is there like a national standard or a standard of which like we do some kind of measurement on the security of our elections? How do you all track, or what data do you use to make sure that you're on track with what we should be doing? And then follow up to that is like, do you have some recommendations like how we do policies that we may look at on how we make the elections more secure as far as technology is concerned?
It's a great question, and I have a very long, higher level answer to all of you on this. I am sensitive to where you're coming from, and I'm not trying to be flippant, but I'm also acknowledging that the state of Kansas has a bottom-up system. Counties run elections, and our laws acknowledge that. The state really doesn't have any kind of overpower if the county does something wrong. Our laws are not written for the Secretary of State to punish a local elected official. So to answer your question, Representative Wassinger, the voters are ultimately the persons who can do something about it. In 101 counties, the county clerk is an elected official responsible to the voters. So if the county clerk is not following the law, the voters have the opportunity to correct that at the ballot box. If there are crimes that are being committed under the criminal code, the Attorney General, any one of the 105 elected district attorneys and county attorneys, any law enforcement official have the authority and ability to investigate and prosecute that. So I don't want to say nothing can be done, but I want to make clear what it is that what you're asking. So if it's a crime, absolutely, Attorney General, KBI, 105 county attorneys and district attorneys, all of whom are elected, and any law enforcement official can do that when we're talking about crimes. Not everything that you pass in law is a crime. It is an administrative procedure oftentimes. And in that case, if someone doesn't do it, we are not their boss. So I can say things, but I can't make them do anything. That's just the way that our laws are written. Now, to go farther, you asked me, how do we know this is secure? At a high level, I will tell you how I know, because Kansas has one of the most secure paper-based systems in the country. Every voter, every election has to show a government-issued photo ID every time. If you vote in advance, in person, you have to show your ID. If you vote by mail, you have to provide your ID and your signature that we verify before you ever get a ballot. Once the ballot's sent to you and it comes back, again, we have to verify your signature. And to your point, Senator Tyson, every year that I've been here, I have yet to hear of a single ballot arrive in a drop box in the state of Kansas that didn't belong to a voter who had an application on file and approved. I'm still waiting for one person to show me a ballot that showed up in a drop box unsolicited by a voter in the state of Kansas. On election day, everyone has to show a government photo issue ID. Everyone votes on a piece of paper. Every ballot in the state is on a piece of paper. After election day, we audit those pieces of paper by hand and verify that. And to what Senator Tyson was saying, and she's absolutely correct, as long as people are involved in the process, it can be improved and people make mistakes. The goal is to A, minimize the risk, minimize mistakes, and B, have processes in place to catch those mistakes, which I believe that we do. In the instance that Senator Tyson's talking about, that was caught through the post-election audit. Is that ideal? No, but we have multiple checks and balances in place to catch all of these things. So that's how I know. It's not that I am Big Brother and know everything going on in every one of the 105 counties. It's that these processes are there for you, the candidates, and the voters to observe and watch all along the way.
I think I still have the floor, Mr. Chair. So, Brian, I understand that you don't have control in 101 counties, but there's 4 counties where you do have total control. How are you doing there?
We do not have total control. We appoint them. They are county employees funded by county budgets and approved by county commissioners. So I hear what you're saying. From a policy perspective, I can give them policies. However, they are county employees. The county commissions in all 4 of those counties fund their operations. And as we all know, how much money you have determines what policies and procedures and things that you want to do on the ground happen. So yes, they report.
Are not appointed locally.
They are appointed by the Secretary of State.
Secretary of
They
State.
do report to the Secretary of State, but it's a bifurcated system. We do not have unsolicited because we do not control their budgets, if that makes sense. Good question.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brian.
Bet.
So the intent of the harvesting was not false or fake ballots. The intent was the influence of an elected official or family members over more than one ballot. So I understand what you're saying, that you haven't seen a false ballot, but the ballot harvesting, I have a county clerk that will testify they have seen a state representative turn in over 100 ballots. So the intent is to have private, accurate, fair elections.
Absolutely. And maybe we could discuss this offline, because quite frankly, if a county clerk told that to me, the first thing I would tell her is, have you filed a police report? That is a crime. If so, I'm not trying
It
to,
wasn't a crime at the time.
okay, fair enough.
So, Mr.
So-
Chairman, if I may, so you've brought up a few things and not having authority. So, and you're assuming good players. We had testimony on the Senate floor from a senator that was a county commissioner at the time. The ballot count did not match the final votes that were canvassed, and he refused to sign. So you're saying it's a perfect system, and I'm saying there's flaws out there. And I'm asking you, what can we do as legislators? We tried to do a legislative post audit. Ford County put their data in a sealed device before the auditors could get to it. We had other individuals try to follow the law and look at the tapes from the machines. They were not given the accurate tapes. They were just given a bucket to try to go through the data. Another county, that information was requested, it was refused. So what can we do as legislators to improve the process so that voters have access to this information, so that legislators are confident that we are putting the best system forward? And I mean, does that mean include hand counting the ballots and paper marking the ballots so that we know that the machines are not misinterpreting or miscoded?
Several great comments, and let me clarify, we do not have a perfect system. There is no such thing as a perfect system. I'm just trying to hopefully help you feel better about what we are doing, and absolutely, we're open to hearing anything that improves it. Like, one of the reasons why we're here, we have to do better. We always have to do better. So please don't misunderstand me. We do not have a perfect system. As to, you mentioned several things there, some of which I do not have a good answer. Like, if someone refuses to comply with an open records request, which is essentially what that is, the recourse is like any other open records request, and they should file a complaint with the Attorney General. Like, unfortunately, my answers are going to be, there's something else you need to do, which is not always what you want to hear. But if someone is flat out refusing to provide documents that are allowed to be open under law and it's being refused, a complaint should be filed with the Attorney General, regardless of who it is, because the Attorney General can investigate those. And it's my understanding the Attorney General can provide additional training, provide sanctions. They have tools, and I'm sure I don't know all of them, but should help with that. I would encourage you to continue to reach out to the Secretary of State and myself, and we were happy to A, discuss this with you, and B, circle in the local election official if we need to. Sometimes I think it might just be a training issue. Sometimes it might be more than that. It just really depends on the specific facts, but I know that the Secretary and myself are always open to having any of those discussions. But quite frankly, it really depends on exactly what the circumstance is. And I only answered the one about the open records because that, to me, I have an easy answer for that.
Thank you. And thank you, Brian. I just want to say, because of your predecessor and you, I have more confidence than I would in the system, but I do know that there's always room for improvement. And if you could give us suggestions, like the terminology, we don't always know what we need to request in order to find the right information. I'm not, so if you could give us the lingo that we need in order to request from the counties so that our voters can ask for the correct information, I think that might be helpful.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, thank you for those words. I'll be sure to tell Brad about that too. But absolutely, yes, I'll talk to the secretary and I'll talk to Clay. We'll reach out to you and see what we can give you something that's helpful.
Representative Curtis.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Brian, just kind of a follow-up, if you could assist me, evidently our local election commissioner has refused to meet with my community. So if you could assist us with that. There's been several organizations that have been trying to meet and he refuses to meet with us. So if you could assist us with that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. And I can already respond affirmatively that he will be meeting with them sometime before the end of December, the end of November. So there's a commitment that he will have a meeting with several groups. I don't know the exact, there is a date, I just don't remember it, but it is in the month of November after the canvas. So yes, we have worked on that.
Okay, Brian, if you want to continue on.
Sure, absolutely. Okay. Okay, so the next topic you want to hear was about digital voting equipment. We've already talked a little bit about no piece of equipment connects to the internet and has not since 2005. I've worked in the Secretary of State's office since 1998. I have yet to hear anyone provide evidence that a piece of voting equipment was connected to the internet in the state. What I have heard is that people have complained that X state or Y state connects to the internet, so therefore you must connect to the internet. That's patently false. However, I will acknowledge there are at least 2 states that absolutely their machines connect to the internet because their state laws require them to modem results from their polling place to the state office. These states are not anywhere near this state, but they are there. So there is equipment in this country that has the capability. It is not in the state of Kansas. So just want to set that clear. And second, we do use electronic poll books in the majority of counties in this state. Those electronic poll books absolutely connect to the internet. They are not voting devices. There is no ballot on there. You cannot cast a ballot on there, but they are connected to the internet to allow the information of who has checked in to flow throughout the county to prevent someone from serial double voting. That's the reason why it's connected to the internet. I'm not aware of a state that doesn't allow that. However, there are vendors that are working on coming up with a better solution to that that we hope to see. It will not happen in 24. So I can tell you that electronic poll books will be connected to the internet, but they are bifurcated. All they have on there is voter registration data, most of which is public record. Not all of it, but I'd say 90% of everything on there is public record. And the reason why is to prevent someone from double voting on election day. Separate from that, last month, I went to an event in Washington, D.C. where election systems and software, Hart InterCivic, and another vendor, these are all voting equipment vendors, conducted a program with a series of companies that do professional white hat hacking. And at this event, those 3 vendors, including ES&S, opened up their voting equipment and basically gave the hackers 2 days of complete unfettered access to every single piece of that voting equipment. So the vendors, with our encouragement, and I was there, I was part of this event, we are absolutely trying to hear the concerns of everyone, and the vendors, with our encouragement, are doing exactly that. So I can't really talk about what happened, but I can assure you that A, this is going on, and B, we are there, encouraging them. ES&S is our biggest vendor. They have almost 80 counties in this state. So this is a concern for them. They hear the complaints of, you have a modem hidden inside your machine, and I know that you do. Things like this, where outside hackers who have no affiliation with the government are given access and will provide information on if that is or is not true. It won't be public information. Again, this is proprietary information, but these events are happening, and I'm in the middle of this at the nationwide level. So we hear this. We're working hard. I just wanted to say that because It's the first time I've been to a meeting like this. This was their first time at it, and I thought it was a rousing success. I would like all of our vendors to participate in the future. I don't think they'll do another one before 24, but I'm happy that our largest vendor did, and I'm having conversations with the other three to make sure that happens in the future. Any questions about voting equipment?
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So wouldn't it be more secure if we would, and I know Help America, the HAVA forced us to have an electronic voting machine, but it doesn't force us to use electronic voting machines. So at every polling place in Kansas, do they have an opportunity to request a paper ballot?
Yes, the voter, since 2006, every voter has had the opportunity to ask for a paper ballot at every polling place, even when we didn't have, the market has evolved since 2006. Prior to, I think, 2022, there were a handful of counties that had touchscreen voting devices that did not produce a paper trail. In 2022 and since, everyone has to have a paper trail. But prior to that, persons absolutely were allowed to ask for a paper ballot if they did not want to use a machine. So that's been a requirement for years.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, my concern is that we have so many electronic devices. You just said the polling books, electronic, they're connected online. If somebody chooses to vote in an electronic machine, that's another electronic device. The counters are electronic. We do know that ballots were printed, and we just have so many scenarios of issues and things that went wrong at local county levels. And I just have concern, what would be the harm in requiring a hand counted system before the elections are canvassed?
Are you stating, in addition, like we already hand count on it? So if you're asking for my opinion on a complete hand count system with no optical scanners, I would posit this. In the history of this country, most cases of actual voter fraud involving ballots was done on paper, not by machine. If you look through the history of our country, look at the 1860s, 1880s, 1910s. There weren't machines back then. Absolutely, there was voter fraud. Now, today, let's just assume today that you wanted to count everything by hand. I can say definitively that I'm not aware of any expert in this country that thinks that hand counting can be done as quickly or as accurately as an optical scan machine. People make mistakes. And there's a county in Missouri, I think it's Osage County, Missouri, that earlier this year did exactly that as an experiment. And the county clerk said she would never do that again in her life. And if she was forced to, she would resign because the level of accuracy was poor. It's, in theory, it's a good idea. Hey, there's one race, you just go down and count it. There is never just one race on a ballot. So think back to 2022 with all the judges and all the things, you're looking at counting 30 ballots, 30 races on each ballot by hand. So how do you do that? Do you use tally marks? Do you do the first race and then go back? And the amount of time it takes to reconcile that takes an extraordinary amount of time. And no offense, but no one wants us to take the time to do that because we would not have election results on election night. Counting 1 million ballots by hand, no one has enough people or volunteers to do that. So it is much slower, it's much less accurate, and quite frankly, I don't think we would ever get to a point where we would balance completely because people do not count nearly as accurately as optical scan machines.
So, Brian, that's not what I asked. I said if we used a hand count before canvassing, so that gives them a week and a half to verify. So you use the optical to begin with, and then you verify with a hand count. What would be the harm in that?
The same thing, the amount of time it would take, because during that same window of time, we're doing post-election audits, we're doing recounts, we're researching provisional ballots. That window of time that you say is a week is actually, we're talking about hours. Like as soon as election day is done, we're processing advanced ballots that came in on election night or the 3 days after. We're reviewing the thousands of provisional ballots that have to be researched to determine if they count or not. So all those things still have to happen. And then also you're asking to stop and hand count every ballot in the amount of time it will take to balance all 30 races in that amount of time. There's not enough time on the calendar today, in my opinion.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, we used to hand count all the time, and I would dispute that. I think the accuracy of the election is as critical. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think that is something we should consider. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you very much. I'm just curious, you said you've been with the Secretary of State's office or doing this since 1998. From then to now, is our system better off or worse off as far as voting? Is it more secure or not?
Undeniably, unquestionably, it is much more secure now. We have voter ID. Like we didn't have that in 1998. Every election, every time, everyone has to show a government issued photo ID. That's a big deal. Requiring on advance by mail, requiring that A, you provide an ID that we can verify, and B, we verify your signature before you ever get a ballot. We didn't do that in 1998. Absolutely, that's better. And then every ballot's counted on hand. So to alleviate lots of people's concerns about electronic voting machines, every ballot in the state is cast on a piece of paper. So if hypothetically something catastrophically went wrong, we have 1.2 million pieces of paper, ballots that we could count by hand if we had to. And after Election Day, we audit every county, hand counts a percentage of ballots by hand and compares it with the machine count. None of those things existed in 1998. We are light years ahead of where we were from a security standpoint, in my opinion.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Brian, if you want to go on to.
Yeah, so yes, and this won't take very long. The last one talks about storage of voting information and ballots. I want to lead off this with stating that I said this a couple weeks ago. Our office has announced a grant program for the 105 counties where we are providing money that we've received from DHS for security purposes. We are offering this to the counties to apply for to enhance their security of their voting equipment and the security and storage of their ballots and machines. And so we've announced a program. Counties are applying for that now, and we will distribute that money prior to the end of the year so that counties can increase their security posture, specifically as it relates to physical security. We've spent a lot of effort on cybersecurity, but we're looking at where do you store your ballots? How secure is it? Who has access to it? Do you have cameras? So we are in the process of spending a lot of money on that. In my remarks, I talk about two things I think are important when it comes to storage. One, there's a law that says how long you have to store ballots. For federal offices, it's 22 months. And then at the end of that 22 months, they must be destroyed. There's a law that says they must be destroyed. For local offices, it's 6 months. And so I'm just reminding everyone, there are laws that mandate those ballots be destroyed. And the second, there's another law that kind of outlines every period of time for other election records. Senator Tyson said this, and thank you for bringing it up about the legislative post audit. I was in the same room. I absolutely heard that some counties sealed up things that I agree with you should not have been sealed. So we are making that a point of emphasis in our training prior to the canvass this year and all 3 elections next year is this is what should be there and this isn't. Like we'll take what the law says. If we need further direction, I'm sure that we will come to you and ask, hey, can we clarify that a little bit? But I heard the same thing you did, and that alarms me. So we absolutely will increase. We are increasing our training just on that. Hey, this can be sealed. This should not be. And I do want to note that once those ballots are sealed and after the canvass, no one other than a judge can order those to be sealed for any reason. I've heard lots of people say, hey, just open them up. I want to count it by hand. Once they're sealed and the election is certified, only a judge can do that unless you change the law. But the law is clear. Once they're sealed, they stay sealed until they're gone. So with that, I've shortened my remarks a little bit, but I'm trying to give you a little bit of time back. So any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right. Thank you. Any other, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you today for this. Just want to make a few comments and close. As I've been sitting on Kansas Security, this joint committee, elections I'm on now, and the last thing I would want to be is a conspiracist or naive. And when we come out of some of the meetings that we've come out, and Senator Tyson, you made mention of that with the Deputy Home Security and some of these closed meetings, we have a responsibility to ask these tough questions. And I know sometimes it may seem like we're just raking you over the coals or something, but the reality of it is when we come out of these, I begin to ask myself, how in the world can we prepare, be safe, and protect, our citizens and the votes that are out there? And so we got to verify, we got to expand, we've got to ask these hard questions, and it's our responsibility to do that and to protect. And so systems, like you said, fail, the process fails, people fail. And, the good thing, one of the things I was talking about in the elections committee was, and as we looked at that audit, fixing, and there were numerous good things that came out in the process of what we can fix. So, the definition we've all heard of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And so we got to somehow get in here and help secure, help people feel safe. And we know that perception becomes reality, right, wrong, or indifferent. So we got to address these things. And as much as sometimes it sounds so challenging to all of us, that's our responsibility. And to ask them questions and get the answers that are necessary. So we're all doing our job. And I just want to mention that I appreciate you guys. Appreciate this committee asking the questions, throughout the day here. And that's what's going to make a difference. So we can do better for everyone. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Kasky. We have a voting history here in the United States of nearly 250 years. And to say that it's broken, I think is the wrong path that many people are going down. I appreciate you coming in here and talking about how many improvements we've made in our election processes and making it more secure. And I actually don't agree with the idea, that perception here that by some individuals that our process is broken is true, actually. I think we have a great, secure election process, and I think it's important to emphasize the need for access to voting as well. So I think sometimes if we think too much about locking things down, and we find that we lock people out of our process, which I don't like. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Brian, I don't know if this is for you or not, but we did have the Fusion Center in here, and I would think it would be great if you guys could work with them to investigate possible vulnerabilities and ways to improve our system.
So to respond to that, we have a several year long relationship with the Kansas Fusion Center, and we do exactly that. Both myself and the secretary have security clearances that are above normal security clearances, and we routinely meet with the Fusion Center and with our partners at the national level to hear those threats. And we do work with the Fusion Center to review our security posture, and we have for probably since at least 2020.
So thank you. Do any of the counties then do that? Because even if you find stuff, you said you don't have the authority over the county. And also, Mr. Chairman, I would like a list of all of the technologies, the systems that are being used in Kansas for the committee also. But do any of the counties also?
So to my knowledge, no county employee has a security clearance. It's only at the state level.
Yeah, and I was gonna say the same thing. Encourage you to work with them. But have you ever had the software tested through this Fusion Center, though.
We have had multiple systems that reside in the Secretary of State's office and in the Elections Division that have been reviewed by the Fusion Center.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good to know. Well, Brian, I appreciate you being here. I don't think that it's broken, but I do think there is a perception out there that we could do better, that there are issues, and I encourage you and the secretary to embrace those to a certain degree, and to understand that it's like Senator Cluse was saying, perception a lot of times is what rules the day, and the more that we can show, the more that we can encourage and get people to understand that our system is secure, we're doing the best we can, and we're willing to hear things or do other things that may need to be done to make it more secure, the more people are going to feel comfortable. So I appreciate you being here and going through this with us.
You bet. Thank all of you. Very good questions.
All right, committee. So today has been a little bit different, simply because of just the things that we've had come up. So I was already planning on us not doing the next one, which is the ks modernization update, because Mr. Thiel had to leave. Eric had to leave because for an emergency. I don't feel like that if we start the artificial intelligence briefing, we're going to have enough time. And I really would like to get us out of here before 4 o'clock. So I've had a few people ask about having another meeting before our next meeting. And so I was looking at the possibility of us meeting on either the 31st or the 1st. Well, yeah, you don't have to dress up. You won't be here. Well, and my intention is, if we have it on, so is the 1st better? Okay. What about everybody else? How's that? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't want to take. Let's we will try to do a canvas. Try to get a time. My intention is we can maybe do the artificial intelligence briefing in the afternoon, and then. But my intention is that's a week and a half from now. I think by that time, the courts should have some more definite information for us that we could go into again executive session, talk to them, kind of have some ideas of what has happened, and I think I think we'd all feel a lot better if we didn't wait till November 10th or whenever the next one is sometime. So if that's okay with everybody, we will send out a deal to try to get another time, either sometime in that week maybe, and have another meeting, and then we're going to still plan on the meeting on the 10th. So when is it? The 15th. Okay, I knew 10th wasn't right. Okay, 15th. So all right. So I'm sorry to those that came for the if you're here for the artificial intelligence or the K-list, but we're going to just skip those. We had some good information today. I think it was good. I know for the public, a lot of it was in executive session, but I believe it was really good for the committee. So with that, if there's no other anything, anybody else have anything to add? All right. So we are adjourned.